The time is now 5 o'clock. I call this meeting district to order. Let the records show that a quorum is present, that it has been duly posted in accordance with Texas open meeting law. At this time, we will adjourn into executive session pursuant to the following sections. 551.072, discussion of purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. 551.074, discussion of officers, employees, and personnel matters, and 551.076, considering the deployment, specific occasions for our implementation of security personnel and devices. The time is now 5:01.
Run forever, depending on what's going on in the session.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I call this meeting of the Granbury Independent School District to order. We have been in recess and we are back now in open session, and I've asked Mrs. Gore to bring the invocation.
Thank you. Please join me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this opportunity to meet together tonight. May you guide us as we make decisions for our school district and help us to always do what is best for kids. Father, please be with our community as we have suffered some devastating losses the last several weeks. Please be with those who grieve and comfort those who need comforting. In your holy name, amen.
Amen. At this time, Ms. Townsend, will you lead us in the pledges, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
To Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
This time we'll move to the Achievement Spotlight. Dr. Glenn.
Thank you, Madam President. And Harper, we appreciate you being here. And I see Mr. and Mrs. Fox wave. You got a great young lady. Gary Merritt is the past master of the Granbury Masonic Lodge 392. And at this time, I'll invite him up for the presentation of the Lamar Awards.
Dr. Glenn, Board, thank you very much for the welcome. I am not, for those of you who know Gary Merritt, I'm not him. He has got a personal situation this evening, and he's out, not able to get back in time, and he asked me to step in. My name is Richard Dudley Raybon. I'm from Burleson and Granbury Masonic Lodges, and I've done quite a few of these presentations, and he asked me to do it, but he asked me to follow his script, so bear with me. It won't take long. We have an hour or two. Good. Okay, well, one of the things, let me preface this by saying I'm a retired teacher. I taught in Fort Worth for 17 years. Before that, I had 2 other careers that did not work out. How many of y'all are familiar with Don Pablo's Mexican restaurants? Didn't work out. They closed. And a few of you may remember a big company called Radio Shack. Didn't work out. So I became a school teacher because I was always a training director. But with all that said, some of you may wonder why the Masonic Lodge offers those awards. And the reason we do it, if you'll give me just a minute, it doesn't take long to go through this that Mr. Barrett's done for us. Masonic fraternity existed in Texas before Texas was Texas. The first Masonic charter was carried in the bags of Anson Jones when he fought at the Battle of San Jacinto. It came from Louisiana. Before that, we worked under a charter from Mexico. So it has a very long history. Many of the early Texas heroes, if you go to the Alamo, you'll see their names all over the walls. You've got Sam Houston, Anson Jones, Lorenzo Zavala, James Fannin, Antonio Navarra, William B. Travis. Several of our governors have been Masons. There have been a few hundred other famous Masons throughout time. My favorite is Gene Autry. How many of y'all know Gene Autry?
Oh,
You kids don't know what I'm talking about, but the older people do. And so these people have included George Washington, Teddy Roosevelt, Harry Truman, Rudyard Kipling, Burl Ives, great singer and entertainer, Roy Acuff, and the list goes on. Today's kids may know the name Simon Cowell, something about America's Got Talent. He's a Mason, and he does as well. Masonry began in England in the days when they were constructing the large stone cathedrals. And when they were doing that, they set up lodges to help control the purchase and execution of the building. And they would elect somebody to be a master of the lodge or the president or the chairman of the group and have other officers, and they would construct and work on those buildings. And the Masonry still uses today some of the tools that we used in those ancient days as just rock masons, the square, the compass, and the plumb line, to help us teach through emblems the things that we use to generate our moral principles that we use today. The object of Masonry is to make a good man better. It is not a secret organization, as some people would have you know. A few of the things we do are for recognition amongst our fellowship, our brethren. Other things we do in lodge activities, just really, it's like this board meeting. There's things they're going to do behind closed doors that we don't get to see and hear. It's not that they're a secret organization. I mean, they're sitting right here, all these great people. So we do that to help us become better people and contribute to our community. How many of y'all know about the Burn Hospital in San Antonio? Funded almost exclusively by the fraternal organization Masons in Texas. How many of y'all have ever heard of St. Jude's? Danny Thomas started that organization. He was a Mason. We generate and do things in that nature. We also take care of widows and orphans in a lot of different ways. If you ever saw the movie The Mighty 12, story about the Texas Masonic Home, it is a very true story. So we donate millions of dollars to charity every single day. The fraternity has also been a launch supporter of public schools. In the early days, most of the lodges were two-story buildings. You can see one that's still there if you go over to Chalk Mountain over off 67 today. The lodge met on the second floor. The school or local churches met on the first floor to hold other meetings and stuff every day. Lodges started the public schools in a large way and paid the teachers' salaries that came because the community did not have the money to do it. They didn't have a tax structure in place. The second president of the Republic of Texas, Maribou Lamar, was a Mason and is known as the father of education and public schools in Texas. And in honor of him, we have established this award that I'm presenting tonight. It is done through an election process or a nomination process where people who have overcome personal difficulties, extreme hardships, or have demonstrated a unique skill in time management and handling things. We want them to be recognized that they would not otherwise get. So with all that information, I'm ready to start and get this done. I hope you all are ready. I know the recipients are ready. So I'd like to start with this lady has been with the district for quite a few years. She is, according to this recommendation, I'll just read this. 2 years ago, she won a battle with cancer. She's a dedicated employee that has, even after her treatment, never stopped doing what she does. She has got I can attitude all the time, and she personally is a big accomplishment for the campuses she works with. If Miss Patricia Jones, please. This this is the award. On the back is your name, and I'm going to give you a plaque here in just a second. So we thank you for that. For time, I'm going to tell you all these are the same, but I'm going to read this one to start with. If you stand right there. It says, to Patricia Ann Jones for personal achievement. Mary B. Lamar, the second President of the United States, has been called the father of Texas education public school system for his leadership in establishing a quality education in Texas. Lamar was a member of the Masonic fraternity, known then as it is today, for its strong support of excellence in public schools. With this award, we recognize your exemplary effort and achievements. With the warmest congratulations to you and your school. The next recipient that I have to read for is, I'm going to start at the bottom and work my way up, if that's okay with everybody. Nothing personal. I had to ask how to say your name, and I apologize because I think it's incorrect on the certificate, but it's my eyeballs, I don't know. Crislin Van Patten, okay? Crislin, it says here that you are a motivator and a caring person. Where's Crislin? Here she comes. It says that she's a first-generation college-bound student. She's a major achiever. She's really interested in architectural and civil engineering. Consistently excels in academics. Top of her class. Wow, it's crazy. Achieves success in everything she does. She's a soloist in an ensemble. What do you play? You're not a soloist? It says right here you're a soloist. See? Crislin, soloist, right there. She doesn't do that. She's an active volunteer. She's with the Junior Optimus Club. She volunteers on a regular basis, always giving your time. This is yours. Has your name on the back, if I may?
No.
I'm very, very proud to present that with you. Okay, the next one I have, this one humbled me on my time management. Ashton Arlington. Ashton, are you here? I'm going to go ahead and tell you what this lady did. Her time, I don't know how she does it. If you've ever worked a job, okay, she's involved in ROTC. You guys are busy. You're doing your jobs and you come up here, right? Tough. Listen to what this girl does. It's crazy. She is a championship member of the JRTC. She's been there for all of her time in middle school and high school. She was recently selected to shoot at the Junior Olympics. She is one of 15 shooters only that will be going to the American Legion National Championships at the Olympic Training Center. She's been on the A Honor Roll for 3 straight years. She is also National Honor Society. She's also the Texas Girls State and Rotary Club leadership courses. She's also done the leadership program here in Granbury ISD. She has involved with the agricultural program show team for cattle. She manages her time effectively. She's accomplished all this and maintains all of that while her dad's at work doing his thing because he's not there all the time. She's also managing the barn and all those things and has been appointed to West Point for a Division I athlete shooting competition with the NCAA rifle team to start her pursuit of commissioned officer with the U.S. military. Wow. There's a lot there. And finally, Miss Reese Palmer. Okay, while she's getting up here, it says she's contagious with a growth mindset. She is humble. She has got a very kind spirit. She's very approachable. She is a very outspoken but gentle. She does her stuff. She's been involved with life skills department. She is always makes everybody feel very, very special and involved. She is a PE partner, which is very, very cool. And she befriends people at church and other areas, making everybody feel like they're a hero. I don't know about y'all, but having somebody that makes me feel better than I do myself on a regular basis is incredible. That's a huge and hard thing to do. So we have a medal for you as well. Here is the medal. Here it is on the back. Whoops. Ashton's not here, so Reese. And I think y'all are doing what we're going to do. of wine and a photo op, is what I was told. And for the audience, thank y'all very much for your kind attention and letting me take this time when the lights went out. Time to go home. Yeah. Sure, absolutely. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Richard, thank you so much, and please tell Mr. Merritt that we're sorry we missed him, but we appreciate everything the Granbury Masonic Lodge does for our community.
Absolutely. Thanks, sir.
Perfect. We're going to make a short adjustment in our agenda tonight, and at this time I will call up Mr. Jason Shahan to recognize our avid GHS students.
And all you avid kids, come on up. And Coach Bradley, come on up too. Thank you for making that quick adjustment. I've got a couple that need to get to a girls' soccer banquet, and I don't know if any of you have daughters, but they ain't missing no banquet. Before I get started, I want to recognize two people that are very important to not only Avid, but to Avid success, and they just helped me tremendously, and those are our Avid campus coordinators from both AMS and GMS, and that's Atika Ditto and Angie Lager. If y'all both stand up and wave to everyone. Everything that we're about to mention from not only me but these students is not possible without those two, so I appreciate them tremendously. All right, good evening, board members and supporters of GISD, and thank you for hosting Avid at this month's meeting. My name is Jason Shahan, and I serve our students of GISD as the Avid District Director, Campus Coordinator for the high school, and my favorite of all positions, the Avid Elective Teacher. You'll see here shortly from our guest speakers why the last one is certainly my favorite of all three. A very brief description of what AVID is and what it means to our students and community. The acronym Advancement via Individual Determination simply doesn't do AVID justice. It's so much more than just an acronym. AVID is an opportunity to not only change individual student lives, but a chance to change the expectations of future generations of families as it relates to attaining higher education and quality careers. A vast majority of students in AVID are future first-generation college students, just as many of you in this room might be. Those of you I'm referring to know exactly what that first college diploma can do to initiate this change and in a family for generations to come. In frequent conversations, I often have to explain what AVID is to people intrigued by the program. I don't even like to refer to it as a program. It's so much more than that, as programs are compartmentalized and rarely go beyond their own borders. Though the heartbeat of AVID are the students in the AVID elective, the systems of AVID reach far more students and teachers than just those with AVID on their class schedule. I can still recall the day of my first year after moving to Granbury from West Texas when I received a staff email from Jeremy Ross, standing right back there, that stated that the high school was looking for one more participant to attend AVID Summer Institute with his staff. At the time, I was teaching teen leadership and 7th grade math at GMS, and I was not aware that any plans were made to bring AVID to GISD. I jumped all over the opportunity as I knew from teaching AVID at a previous school in Lubbock that this was going to be the start of something amazing for GISD students. Fast forward now 7 years, and we haven't looked over our shoulders even once. These are about to prove that here shortly. Remember those conversations I mentioned earlier about explaining AVID to so many? In many of these conversations over the past 5 years, I've asked so many people, or people have asked me, what are the benefits of Avid? I've asked many in these conversations to be patient, just wait, and you'll see. Well, the wait is over now, and on May 26th, we will have our first ever class of 37 GISD Avid graduates proudly walk the stage, bound for college shortly thereafter. The benefits of Avid through high school are endless, but they all culminate to what is what opens people's eyes. Excuse me. I brought some of my Avid senior leaders and some middle school Avid leaders tonight to help possibly open your eyes. I'd like to introduce our Avid historian of 4 years, the recipient of a 2021 Kiwanis Club Texas Sophomore of the Year Scholarship winner, and just recently found out on Saturday, this year, one of 8 Avid students who received this year's Granbury Optimist Club Scholarship. This is Ms. Julia Vargas Maldonado.
Thank you, Coach Shahan, for that introduction. Again, my name is Julia Vargas Maldonado, and I'm a senior and the Avid historian. I have been with this Avid class and Coach Shahan throughout all 4 years of high school, and we have become like a family because of it. I will be summarizing the amazing accomplishments of the first graduating class of Avid seniors in GISD, many of which have been here since the beginning, way back in 2017. In that time, we have been involved in our school with student-led activities like hosting a life skills prom, picking up trash through the Adopt a Highway program, and holding teacher appreciation lunches. As a senior class, we have also visited 10 college campuses, including an incredible out-of-state overnight trip. We have 37 seniors, which have accumulated a total of 122 college acceptances. We have applied for financial aid like scholarships and grants, which is free money, and have accrued over $1.8 million. Out of that total, we will actually be accepting around $375,000, which will be used towards college acceptances. During Avid class time, the majority of the seniors applied for the Dell Scholarship. 3 of these students made it to be semifinalists, and one of them made it through to be awarded the title of Dell Scholar. Here she is, Victoria Rodriguez, speaking about her experience.
Hello, my name is Victoria Rodriguez, and I'm a proud Granbury High School Pirate. I started my education journey at Membrano Elementary School, where my favorite teacher was Mrs. Moody. I have now come full circle and actually work in the extended day program at Membrano, mentoring students as they grow and chase their dreams. One of the biggest impacts on me throughout this full circle has been my affiliation with Avid and my Avid family of classmates. I was fortunate enough to be a member of the first class of Avid students back in the 7th grade at GMS. I want to thank Mrs. Dumas for accepting me into the initial class of Avid students. I got lucky. Avid in high school has helped me so much to truly believe that college after high school can become reality, and now it actually is. I applied and was accepted at 7 universities and plan to attend Tarleton State University in the fall to pursue a degree in business. In my Avid class, I completed my FAFSA and applied for over 20 scholarships, including the Dell Foundation Scholarship. I found out over spring break that I was a recipient of one of the 500 nationwide scholarships in the amount of $20,000. Between this, the Pell Grant, the Texas Grant, and the merit-based aid at Tarleton, I am proud to say that I will attend Tarleton State University next year and the years to come completely debt-free. Thank you. I am thankful to all of my former and current teachers, my Avid family, and Granbury ISD for helping me achieve my childhood goal of being a college student. I also hope I can inspire future students to pursue the same dream. Speaking of future students, I'd like to introduce GMS Avid student Michael Grant.
Hello, my name is Michael Grant. I'm an 8th grade Avid student and Avid ambassador. I have been in Avid since 7th grade and plan to continue in Avid in high school. Initially, I joined Avid because I heard that it went on field trips, not just because they're fun, but because I wanted to know and see the places that I might spend 4 to 6 years after high school. I wanted to make sure that it is a good college for me. At the end of my 7th grade, I decided to stay in Avid for 8th grade, and I decided to continue in Avid as high school as well. Avid has taught me so much. I have learned how to plan my time better. I take much better notes. I am more organized. Avid has helped me be more successful in all my classes. Yes, all of them. In 6th grade, I was a BC student, once I joined Avid in 7th grade. I was in AB, and as a second-year Avid student, I'm making almost all A's. This wouldn't be possible without Avid's support. With the support of Avid, I know that I'm going to be able to keep up with my difficult classes in high school and be prepared for college. Thank you for supporting the Avid program in Granbury. It is really making a difference. I'd now like to introduce AMS Avid student Addison Weldon.
Good evening, my name is Addison Weldon, and I am a 2-year Avid student. I joined Avid because I heard of the fun college trips out of town, but I soon realized it was so much more than field trips and activities. Avid stands for Advancement via Individual Determination. Since VIA means through, Avid is definitely through and through. Without Avid, I would not be here speaking to y'all today. Although most people think that Avid is just a course for studying colleges and college life, it is so much more than what meets the eye. Avid teaches you fundamental skills in life, such as communicating with others, working as a team, and most important of all, we're all human, therefore we're going to make mistakes. Speaking of making mistakes and helping each other, we have tutorial groups on Tuesdays and Thursdays that consist of our tutors, Mr. Bradley, Ms. Waddell, and Mrs. Locke, a few other students as well. In these tutoring groups, we help each other solve whatever life problems or homework problems that we have by asking each other questions that make the person presenting think, therefore we're not cheating. In Avid, we are all a big family that has helped each other prosper in relationships and in academics.
Addie mentioned tutorials twice a week in Avid. Our tutors we get from the community, we get from Tarleton State, we have some college students, but our community members make up the majority of our tutors that work with our students twice a week. And so we brought one that I cannot believe has stuck around for as long as he has. I've talked to a lot of people involved with Avid from different districts all over the state. A lot of them have trouble getting tutors just in 1 year, for 1 year to hold them for 6 months. This guy just keeps coming back around, has been with us all 7 years at AMS, and that's Coach Butch Bradley. He's going to come talk to y'all for a second.
Thank you, Coach. My name is Butch Bradley. I've been an Avid tutor since the program began, and I'm going to keep coming back as long as I can get to that classroom. It is, without a doubt, the most important, sorry to say this to some of you, class in school, because it teaches you how to be successful in all the rest of them. It is very difficult, as Jason said, to describe it. Come and see us. Come by and see us. Just about any day, might want to check first. Tuesdays and Thursdays are good days because the tutors are there. But the rest of it's great too. I've been in public education in the state of Texas for 52 years in one way or another. I know it. That's crazy. I just can't believe it. As a classroom teacher, a head football coach, athletic director, head baseball, head track, But I'm only telling you that to let you know that through all those decades of experiences I've had, this is the program that I would want every one of my grandchildren to be a part of. It is so important. It is so fundamental. It changes the trajectory of a kid's life, without question, without question. Look at the seniors this year, but hold on, because the best is yet to be. No doubt about it. Thank you very much.
While they're getting their picture, if there are any parents in the audience, will you stand and let us recognize any parents of these youngsters?
Thank you, Coach Shahan. We appreciate that. At this time, I'll call up Renee Jackson and Julia Pinnell, who will present the Hood County Memorial Day Essay Contest winners.
Good evening. My name is Renee Jackson, and I'm one of your Granbury ISD curriculum coordinators, and it is my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Julia Pinnell, who is the founder of Memorial Lane and an executive board member of Friends of Memorial Lane. Julia has long been a supporter of Granbury ISD and has played an active role in making our community a better place. Tonight, Julia will be presenting the winners of the J.C. Campbell Memorial Day Essay Contest for each elementary campus, a name that has just now been crowned this year. This contest is an excellent opportunity for our fifth grade students to showcase their writing skills while expressing their appreciation for those who served our country. And we also had over more than 400 essays submitted by fifth graders this year.
That's history. That's more than we've ever had.
And we're going to beat it next year.
Yes.
Please join me in welcoming Julia Pinnell to our Granbury ISD School Board meeting.
I'm short. Good evening, Superintendent Glenn, Chairperson Harrington, and members of the GISD board sitting on the dais. You know, she said all the wonderful things about me, but I can't do the things I do without a wonderful board. So I want to take this opportunity to introduce to you some of the board members that are here. Would you stand up, please? There's Chris Matthews, Nikki Allen, Bob Pinnell, and Faye Landum. Thank you. Tonight, our board is split because we are active in two places. Tonight at the high school auditorium, one of our members will be given a $1,000 scholarship to Kaylin Slaughter, an ROTC cadet. We also give two others during the year. But tonight I stand before you with the members of our board and privileged to present to you the campus winners of the J.C. Campbell Memorial Day Essay Contest. This year I've had the great joy of working with Renee Jackson. She is thorough, has a great attitude, and follows through on all our details. If I ask for something, I usually got it yesterday because she anticipates what's needed. Our process this year involved more than it ever has before. Guidelines given to each campus by Ms. Jackson, essays from campus winners given to the Friends of Memorial Lane Board. The essays were read and overall winners selected by the members of the board. We met tonight for pictures. After our presentation to you tonight, the winners have been asked to attend our special Memorial Day event on May 29th. A very special portion of that entire event is based around these essay winners. We want the people of the community to see them, see how important they are, and see what they feel about Memorial Day. Those in attendance at the Memorial Day event will also receive a gift card from one of our members, Faye Landum, and the overall winner will be announced. So you have to come to see the overall winner. So they will read their essay, and the overall winner will also receive a $100 gift card from Chief Galvan. There will be special seating for the winners and their families. We encourage all of you to attend the ceremony, and we will send out invitations to each of you. Now, I would like the following campus winners to come forward and stand over here by Renee, please. Ms. Jackson. Acton Elementary School, Sophia Lavera. Bacchus Elementary School, Ariana Tribble. Bronner Elementary School, Dare Peterson. Oakwood School, Maren Kramer. And the person who led you in pledge, and she finds time to write essays, STEAM Academy and Membrano, Harper Fox. Tonight, one of the things in addition is we wanted every member, every winner to have something special they could hang with their essays. So each of them, Ms. Landon, each of them will be presented with a beautiful ribbon so they can have that regardless and put it on their wall and know, I'm special. I won. Over 400 people, these 5, won a winning essay. So we are here, and we do invite you to come to that day to hear the winning essay and to see who was the winner. But they're all winners, aren't they? Parents, proud parents, stand up.
Would the parents please stand?
Lord, talking with you, please. Sure. Bob? Sure. Yeah, board members, y'all come on up here. I get to stand in front, but these people do a lot of the work.
Oh, you're fine. You want to up here?
Yeah. Go up there, buddy. Go on up there.
You up there too?
I will.
Julie, somewhere J.C. Campbell is rejoicing because the first year we had 5 entries, not 5 winners. So y'all have done a great job of maintaining this.
You put phone up in my driveway and say, Miss Julia, are we getting this done? JC, we got it done.
Amen.
Ms. Jackson, Ms. Pinnell, thank you again. Congratulations to our winners. At this time, I'm going to call up Coach Overton to present our GHS swim team state finalists.
It's for y'all. All right. All right. Good evening, Dr. Lynn and school board. We appreciate you guys having us out tonight, and boy, what an honor it is to be up here, being recognized with all these other great young men and women from across the district and all sorts of other extracurricular activities and school. Tonight, we are privileged to be recognized for our athletic achievement this year. For those of you that don't know, I'm Coach Charles Overton. I'm the head swim coach for Granbury High School for the Lady Pirates and Pirate Swimming. I'm up here with my assistant coach, Coach Peyton Johnson, and we had the privilege and the the great opportunity to work with these outstanding young men and women and all the other swimmers that we had this year that worked really hard for us, and we just want to recognize them for their achievements in making it to the state swim meet this year. So without further ado, I'm going to go ladies first because that's how I was taught to do things. So up here we have Miley Arezzo. She is our female Lady Pirate recipient and made it to the state swim meet. She is the first female swimmer from Granbury High School to make it to the state swim meet since 2020. And that's not just a relay, that's any female event. Since before COVID, we have not had a female swimmer make it to the state meet. So that's awesome. She was second place at the regional meet and made it to state, and we have bigger, brighter things in the future. We're going forward. We got two more years. We got a whole bunch of really good girls coming up, so big things in the future, female swimming for Granbury. Next, we have our boys 200 free relay. They did a couple of things that I want to recognize them for real quick before I introduce them. They were the first men's team to win a regional championship in any relay event in Granbury swimming history. So big round of applause for them real quick. They were also named to the TISCA All-State Team, honorable mention, which means they were one of the top 24 relays in 5A in the entire state of Texas. They were 18th out of 24. So not many teams get to say stuff like that. So without further ado, we have our men's 200 free relay. We have Tyler Guidry, Ryan Solis, Braxton Heffernan, and Jordan Buchanan. And these are your 2022-2023 Granbury High School state qualifiers for swimming.
Do we have any parents out there of these youngsters? Will you stand and give us a wave if you're there? Thank you again.
Thank you, Coach. Very well done. And that is it, Madam President, for Achievement Spotlight tonight.
Again, these folks are folks that get up and go swim at 5 o'clock in the morning, so they don't have the opportunity to sleep in like some of us do. So, again, congratulations to all of you. At this time, we'll go to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. It's always good when you can start the first 45 minutes of a board meeting with brags on kids. And so that is this time of year. We have so much going on. Some individuals that couldn't be with us tonight, but will be at future meetings that deserve a shout out. Kylie Peterson, her DECA team is at Nationals, and got word this weekend they received the School-Based Enterprise Award. Also a shout out to Ms. Leatherman. I'm sure she's watching tonight. Their UIL academic team finished second in Lubbock at the regional competition. Stowaways hosted their third annual dance recital. And then we just continue to wrap up the end of the school year. Baseball, softball, track, choir, band, just a lot going on. And then on top of that, we have awards night, we have scholarship nights, and everything is spiraling toward graduation. But in addition to that, our teachers are at a pretty stressful point of the school year because we are also right in the middle of STAR testing. So if you get the opportunity, please thank a teacher. Let them know that they're appreciated. Let them know that you care about them, investing in our kids. Beyond that, just thinking of some of the challenges that we have facing our district, and this was touched on in the invocation by Ms. Gore, as we talk about some of the tragedies that not only faced GISD in the last week, but also a private school that we're very close with, Cornerstone Christian. I want to thank Mr. Ross, who's in the audience tonight, and his staff. I know we were actually at prom pretty late when we received a call from the PD, and we're fortunate to have a great working relationship, not just with Granbury PD, but also the Sheriff's Department. We work closely with our crisis intervention team, works closely with a lot of individuals in our community, and the way they mobilize, not only to provide support for family, but also to provide support for our students who are grieving and hurting in the district, and our staff who grieves and shares in the emotional heartache and pain of this situation. I can't help but be proud of the way our staff really stepped up to embrace each other, to embrace the families, and to embrace our kids. And so, Mr. Ross, to you, to Karen Harrington, to Mr. Heffernan, to Guidry, Sanderson, Bennett, and anyone else that I may forget, thank you so much. Y'all did a great job at the high school, and it's appreciated. In addition to that, Mr. Ross even went so far as to reach out to the Granbury Education Foundation, and I see the president of the foundation, Stacy Mitchell, with us tonight, about getting speakers to come in and address some of these serious issues of mental health that we're dealing with here in Granbury, but quite frankly are being dealt with in public schools across our nation. So, and then one final, as we status on this subject, Stacy Brown, I know in the back, conversations that we've had really for the better part of this year about training for our staff and how we can provide better support and services as a staff for our students in our community, and she'll talk later about that when she presents on capturing kids' hearts. So in addition to those challenges, strategic planning continues to meet, more meetings in May. We had 1,424 families family and community members take the survey, 567 staff, and just over 2,000 students. So we've received great feedback and great participation. Lisa Oliver has done a tremendous job of getting that information up on our district website, and we continue to look. We've had a lot of people wanting to engage in strategic planning with us. We are looking for anyone and everyone in the community who wants to participate as far as the instruction, the curriculum, the programs, trying to problem solve how we're going to address the growth coming into our community. This is the opportunity to have your voice heard, and so please touch base with our communications office, find us online. We would love the involvement. Beyond that, we will be in Austin tomorrow. School districts across the state continue to address items like vouchers, funding, which continues to be problematic. The state has a surplus. They're deciding how to spend it and what percentage will not only go to help retirees, but what percentage will go to help the current educators that are in the system and their students as well. And then finally, big items like security, and specifically we'll be giving testimony on House Bill 4007, which was presented by Representative Slauson, who is our state representative. And in speaking of legislation, as part of my report tonight, I've invited the mayor of Granbury, Jim Jarrett, if he'll begin making his way to the podium. Something that we've tried to do is a school and a city and a county is keep each other in the loop with what's going on. We have a very good working relationship with the city of Granbury. I see Chris Kaufman, city manager in the back. Chris, thank you for being here as well. Also, I know that our county commissioners and our county judge, Judge Massengill, do an outstanding job as well. And so as part of that, I've asked Mayor Jarrett to talk briefly, speak into some of the legislation that will affect this community.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Madam President Harrington, and thank you, Dr. Glenn, for letting me take some time here today. I was in Austin last week with Councilwoman Trish Burwell as well, and we were going from office to office to speak to people about some of the bills that that have been introduced, have already gone through committee, and some even that have been already voted on but not yet approved. And we have a few out there that are just extremely detrimental to the city, extremely detrimental to Granbury. And when I think detrimental to Granbury, I also think detrimental to Granbury ISD, just like when I think, boy, this is great for the schools, because it is great for the city and the county. I do not slight those people at all. But I have just handed out a couple of pieces there. The one that you have in your hand is not the one I'm going to speak to immediately. That is a bill, House Bill 2127. It has already been passed through the legislature, or through the representatives. It is now on the Senate floor to be passed. I'm going to read just a bit about this bill, and it's a very short bill. It says, field preemption. The provisions of this code preclude municipalities and counties from adopting or enforcing an ordinance, order, rule, or policy in a field occupied by a provision of this code unless explicitly authorized by statute. A municipal or county ordinance, order, rule, or policy that violates this section is void and unenforceable. Now, these fields are actually the code. What is the code? The code is the agricultural code. And I'm going to read the pages on that one. It's 1,108. Finance code, 813 pages. The insurance code, 701 pages. Labor code, 1,040. Natural resource code, 1338. Occupation code, 704. It's 5,704 pages. And that's important to me because when I called and asked the legislature, what in the world is going on here? How could you be precluding or preempting all of this? It was, look, tell me what ordinance will be affected in the city in these 5,704 pages. Now, they didn't say in these 5,704 pages. Instead of coming to the city and saying, you have a bad ordinance and we need to take care of that, which, by the way, our citizens will take care of, then instead of that, it's like they looked at me and they said, you have a little wart on your nose, so we're going to cut your head off. Let me tell you, let me just mention a few of the things that we would have to give up because of this ordinance right here. There'd be a no smoking ordinance. It would have to go away. Tall grass ordinance. Nope, it's not covered in the statutes of the state. No skateboards on sidewalks. Of course it's not covered. No peddling on public property. No soliciting. Short-term business regulations. Noise. Discharge of firearms in the city. Fireworks sales in the city. No engine idle ordinance. The various provisions of the sign ordinance, landscaping ordinance, outdoor lighting regulations for dark sky programs are invasive against neighbors. Horse regulations related to carriages and riding in parks or on the streets. Taxi company registration and background checks on drivers, commercial antenna regulations in the city, and enforcement of dealing with unlicensed mechanical trades such as plumbers. I thought of CET immediately. Unlicensed mechanical trades such as plumbers, HVAC, electricians, and any other trade licensed by the state. And late penalty on delinquent water and utility bills. By the way, Mr. Cobham, thanks to him, he spent endless minutes coming up with that list. It took just minutes to come up with that list, much less go through our very small, I think, 300-page, it's not even 300 pages, about 30, 40 pages of ordinances to come up with something that this negatively affects the city. So my ask is, and I've given you have a list of our representatives in there. My ask is that if you believe that this is detrimental to the city, please go talk to them. They're not looking at emails. They're not looking at social media. They're listening to your voice and they're looking you in the eye. That's how you're going to get their attention. And that's about the only way. I'm so happy that you guys are going down to Austin tomorrow to carry the water for what needs to be done for the schools in Austin. The second bill is the Senate Bill 369. Now, this one has not got out of committee yet, but it did go through its first reading, and there were no issues with it. This is the one that relates to disannexation of certain areas that do not receive full municipal services. Key there, full municipal services. What does it mean? The provision of police protection, the provision of fire protection, including fire hydrants, the provision of emergency medical services, the provision of solid waste collection other than those services that a municipality is not required to provide, the operation and maintenance of water and wastewater facilities, the operation and maintenance of roads and streets, including road and street lighting, and the operation and maintenance of any other facility, building, or service owned by the municipality. So this is the disannexation of certain areas that do not receive full municipal services, and it includes these full municipal services. How that affects the city of Granbury, and I lay this or showed this up here, and I have a few more of these back here in the back if you'd like one. The red areas here, we do not provide full municipal services. Mostly, you will find areas that where we have gated communities. We do not maintain the roads. It's not a full municipal service. There are other areas where we have yet to get to with water or sewer, but we're way down the road on building that infrastructure. We're just not there yet. So we have already put a bond out that says, hey, we're going to spend this money. Here's the collateral. We're well on our way. And the state's saying, oh, no, I think we're just going to de-annex that area. And the choice to de-annex, it's not yours. It's automatic. The choice to annex back in certainly would be yours, but this is fraught with, I try and be kind, but this is just lazy legislation. So I would appreciate my ask is, let our legislators know that this is not good for the city of Granbury and many other cities.
No, thank you, Mayor. And one of the reasons that I wanted you to share this with our board is thinking of the negative impact on the school district. This legislation, if it is ratified and goes into effect, we rely on the city for a lot of services. So not only like roads and infrastructure, water, sewer, but also if there happens to be an issue, as mentioned before, I mean, the PD is quick to respond. And so all of those services become in jeopardy to the school district if this is ratified, correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And all of the citizens
as well.
And the greater community, the county. I mean, the county is equally affected as we are. It's, and you said, well, if you don't provide the services, then you don't have to spend the money. Then the county will. And actually, we've already indebted ourselves to many of these projects. We're just not there with the total package at this point in time. So just not well thought out, and I did not. And I hope you have a much better reception, and not rude reception, but I did not get a good feeling coming out of our representatives and our senators' offices that this would be addressed and taken care of as in not passed. I did not get a good feeling at all.
Well, Mayor, I appreciate you being with us tonight. What affects one entity directly affects all of us indirectly, and thank you for your time.
Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you all.
Madam President, that's all I have in my report. Again, thank you, Mayor Jarrett, for being here as well to help provide clarification. You did a much better job articulating that than I would have done.
At this time, we'll go to the portion of the public comment on the board from the citizens who have appropriately signed up in advance to speak to the agenda items. The board will allow 3 minutes for each speaker. As a reminder, under Board Policy BED, trustees may ask for or provide clarification, but the board shall not deliberate or act on any item not included on the agenda. Individuals addressing the board with concerns are encouraged to review and seek resolutions through the district's policy for handling complaints. If it's an employee complaint, it would be policy DGBA. Student or parent complaint would be FNG, and public complaints would be GF. We would ask those in attendance here tonight during the public speaking comments to respectfully listen to everyone so that every one of you can hear. Speakers, we will ask you to stay within your 3-minute time limit, and we'll call your time at 3 minutes. At this time, I invite Brian Bondi to come forth to speak on Lemonade Day.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. This is Tanner Swearingen with Interbank Granbury. Lemonade Day was founded on an American principle that entrepreneurs take risks, believing that they can realize their dream if they work hard, take responsibility, and act as good stewards of their resources. Today's youth at the national and international level share that optimism but lack the life skills, mentorship, and real-world experience to be successful. Founder Michael Holthaus had a vision to empower today's youth to become tomorrow's entrepreneurs through helping them start their own and operate their own business, a lemonade stand. Lemonade Day is a strategic, lesson-based program that walks youth from a dream to a business plan while teaching them the same principles required to start any company, inspiring kids to work hard and make a profit. They're also taught some, save some, share some by giving back to their community. Since its launch in 2007 in Houston, Lemonade Day has grown from serving 2,700 kids in one city to 1.5 million kids in 90-plus markets in the United States, Canada, Bermuda, and 6 military bases around the country, and now in Granbury. Lemonade Day sparks the spirit of entrepreneurship and empowers youth to set goals, work hard, and achieve their dreams. Since its inception, Lemonade Day has been committed to delivering youth entrepreneurship programming that is accessible to all children. The experience-based program welcomes young people from all socioeconomic backgrounds and instills in them the entrepreneurial mindset that we know makes a profound difference in so many kids' lives. For example, Matthew Knoll is a 5th grader at Bennett Elementary School in Lubbock, Texas. In 2017, Matthew's Rockin' Lemonade stand generated $1,210.10 in profits in a single day. He improved on his formula and in 2018 brought in $1,677.18 in one-day profits. Through participating in Lemonade Day over the past few years, he has so far raised a whopping $12,257 for charity. And after 4 years as a Lemonade Day entrepreneur, 2018 was his record year. As he explained, he's learned so many things in his years of doing Lemonade Day. This year, he offered very many choices. He offered cookies, brownies, lemonade, and his signature innovation was his 24K lemonade for $50 a glass. And he sold plenty of these because each glass was accompanied by Matthew's personal rendition of Bruno Mars' 24K Magic. He publicized his efforts to all of his family and friends to make sure there was also different price points for different people. It's this kind of creative energy that we're hoping to unleash here in Granbury on Saturday, May 20th. And thanks to this administration's support of these kids, teachers, and community, the entire 5th grade class of GISD will be taking up Lemonade Day workbooks provided by the Granbury Chamber and Interbank Granbury. In the weeks following standardized testing, these students will have the opportunity to learn about setting a goal, making a plan, working the plan, selling some lemonade, and achieving success.
Mr. Bondi, I'm sorry, but your time is up, but let me ask you this question. If we have parents or community members in the audience with us tonight, what might they do to be of assistance to this program?
If you have kids that are in 5th grade, encourage them to participate. The teachers got their training on Friday. They are awesome teachers. You have amazing teachers in the school district. And without their help, we couldn't make this happen. And if they want more information about what we're planning on doing, right now we have 25 business locations that have agreed to host the kids. That list is continuing to grow.
So if we have people who are in business here tonight or a place in town and they want to offer their place to host kids, they could do that.
They can reach out to us here at the Chamber, and you don't have to be a member of the Chamber to participate.
Thank you for all the Chamber does for the school, and thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Carolyn Green is here to speak on playing and salaries.
Thank you so much, the Board of Trustees and Dr. Glenn. I am here because I really do appreciate that you reached out to the community and asked us our opinion on what was going on and how you can win our trust as property owners toward possibly a bond. Some of the things I've learned was my biggest thing coming here to the board was not seeing the drug dogs in the schools. I think it's a big preventative of drugs coming in, and I feel like you've become reactive rather than active as a school, and that's when I started coming here. I want the students to be safe, and I think the drug dogs were a big plus for the school. I used to see security officers outside the school, which was also a preventative on active shooting. Being a law enforcement officer for 15 years, where I was from, I actually trained with the Sheriff Department for active shooter training. And I know having a presence of the security officers is a big plus for the schools. So that was my biggest reasons for coming here. But during the community gathering, I learned that our teachers aren't being paid as much as surrounding schools. And came to my address that even Lipan made $4,500 more a year than Granbury ISD teachers. Same with the paraprofessionals. So, we see as property owners that y'all spent money on a plane, and I'm sorry this keeps coming up, and you have made some positions that are admin positions that the person's getting paid $90,000 when maybe those two funds could have went to giving the teachers a higher salary in this time of inflation rather than spend it on unuseful things to me, because a plane only helps a few students where raising a salary actually helps lots of families and that are in need of just this little money. So please take that into consideration and maybe cut some things that are fluffs in the school and then put it toward our good teachers. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Green. I now call on Jennifer Bloodworth on highlights of student activities at school.
Hello. I live in Granbury and also teach here, but I just wanted to share some things that our kids have said, our parents have said, because those are the people in our schools every single day. So they're the ones that really know all the things. So I just wanted to share some of their stuff. The Hennick family said that having kids attend Van Brano has been such a blessing. It truly feels like one big family. Our teachers are the best, and we are so thankful for everything they do for our kids. They make learning fun and exciting. My kids always look forward to being at school. We love Membrano. From the Amy family, Membrano STEAM Academy has been a transformative experience for us as parents and our children. The teachers and staff at Membrano have fostered a welcoming and nurturing environment that has a profound impact on our lives. Their love for teaching and passion for learning has inspired our children to become more curious, confident, and self-assured. Through their dedication and tireless efforts, our children have developed a love of learning that will stay with them throughout their lives. The education and support provided by the staff at Membrano have helped our children achieve academic success and personal growth. We are grateful for the invaluable influence that the STEAM Academy has had on our lives and for the caring and supportive community they have created. These are some of our kids about our partner PE program. If you don't know what that is, it's our general education kids partnering with our special education population. They get together and they do all kinds of amazing things. So our kids said, getting to communicate with, help others, and recognize them in a positive way. I love that. I love the way the teachers and staff work together to make our school experience the best possible. Ashlyn said that partner PE helps her realize the importance of being inclusive. Silas said that he's doing God's work as a kid, helping other kids enjoy playing the way that I get to do whenever I want. Rebecca says, I like to see how happy they are when we play and we tell them good job. Riley said, partner PE gives fifth grade students a chance to meet kids that are different from us and give us an awareness of that. It makes me feel good as a person. Her mom echoed, I love the joy that partner PE brings my daughter. It is the highlight of her week. She truly loves her partners, and they are teaching her so much about life and the power of being kind. Another parent said that I love that because of Mambrano and partner PE, our kids don't leave there without being introduced to someone different than them. Another parent said that we teach true humanity on both sides, and they get to see it and experience it with their eyes and hearts. That's what our town and world needs more of, to see the humanity in other people. Partner PE provides a unique opportunity for fifth graders to experience the joy of serving others. I'm amazed and blessed by the stories my child brings home on Partner PE days. Partner PE illustrates the importance of service to others in a meaningful and tangible way. It's an amazing way to help kids develop an understanding that they can have a real impact in the lives of others.
Thank you so much. I'd love for you to go on all night, but thank you so much. Jerry Daughtry, who is coming to speak to us on curriculum for the future.
Thank you, board members, for the opportunity to talk to you again. It hasn't been so many months ago that I sat here and listened to a report on the STARS results for the school district, and it was an impressive report, and you were justified in your pride that you took in the faculties and the staffs of the schools that brought such a good report about. I would like to talk tonight just a little bit about an area or two. Well, I'll only deal with one of them tonight. Later on in coming months, I might deal with some of the others. Some areas where I think we need to take a serious look at, because I'm concerned that we are graduating large numbers of students that do not have a comprehension or a full appreciation of a number of areas about the history of our country and how we came to be what we are. I don't pretend at all that this is just a problem with Granbury ISD. It is obviously a problem statewide and nationwide, as I perceive it to be, because we're graduating them when they do not comprehend or appreciate the founding documents of this country, such as the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Judeo-Christian principles that underlie all of those particular documents. They also do not appreciate the genius and the sacrifice of our founding fathers. They do not understand that you do not have to denigrate George Washington in order to elevate Booker T. Washington. And so they also, I don't think, understand the personal sacrifice and the bloodshed that has been made to protect and to establish the rights and things that we have available to us. They don't understand what went on at Valley Forge, at Antietam, Pearl Harbor, Normandy, and places such as that nature. The consequence of this is that I think that we're experiencing civil unrest, poor governance, and a potential loss of our unalienable rights. The solution, as I see it on such short time schedule here, is that I would like for the board to give consideration to passing some policies and some directions that we not graduate kids that cannot demonstrate that they have an appreciation for these and an understanding of these documents. And that can be done through a woven curriculum, not as a tack on. I think a great deal of the expertise necessary to do that exists right here in the district already. Many of the materials already exist. So it's not going to be easy. It's going to take time, because this is going to have to be a K-12 undertaking. It'll take a few extra dollars, but nevertheless, I do think that even though there may be some resistance to it, it would be well worth this district undertaking, and I think would make us a hallmark among educators in this state and this nation.
Thank you, Mr. Daughtry. Jody Gelker, who wants to speak on community concern.
Yes, ma'am. Just a second. I have some visual aids. Thanks. Over there. Thank you. I guess I better get what I'm saying. I'm mainly addressing the Christians, those that follow the Lord in Granbury, because I really am concerned. I don't like this. I really am concerned about Granbury ISD. We've heard all night, awesome teachers, awesome kids, awesome it's terrific. And I think that might be why I've tried to analyze why more people don't come. And it's because we're so successful. You're right. The teachers are successful, the kids, everybody. It's a great community. But here's the bottom line. We're working in a real, not Republican, Democrat, not left or right, but a dark, dark place. And if we want to alleviate that, which is what I do all the time, sorry. For 40 years, I don't know whether, for 40 years I have rescued children. That's what I do. I'm very fervent and passionate about it. It doesn't matter, I've got accolades from local, state, and national, including the George Washington Medal of Honor from Valley Forge. And I know what I'm talking about, and here's the problem. The school board is embracing Texas Association of School Boards. Nice having notes, Jody. Because of that, it's all progressive. It's all progressive. We have been fighting. This woman right here has 9 children, takes care of a Christian, and she is denigrated and lambasted on Facebook every day because of her efforts to try and save your kids from the books. These books. You know what this one says? Midnight Lies. She said, no, take it off. She took the time to write, and Karen Lowry took the time to read it and tell them. And he said, too bad it says, Midnight Lies means it's not truth and it's not a lie because it's in the midnight. That's not night or day. If that's not satanic, have a nice day. If that's not satanic. And what does this man say? He told you. And everybody quotes him. Everybody quotes Bonhoeffer. Well, guess what, folks? You better speak up because to stay silent is evil. And you've got to speak up in this community because these people, and I'm sorry, they are embracing the Texas Association of School Boards, which Governor Abbott has said, please get out of it. It is not good. Then we have Paxton, our Attorney General, is saying, be prepared. They are now bringing the transgender and keep it secret. And I have presents for everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Gelka, very much.
I have presents. I'll come. Those are...
At this time, if Mr. Harrell will prepare to come forward.
Millstones, because Jesus said, if you mess with my children, you might as well put on a millstone and drop in the ocean. You don't get one. Have a nice God bless Granbury.
Mr. Harrell will speak on board policies.
Well, good evening, Board. Dr. Glenn, thank you for allowing me to speak. I wanted to follow up, first of all, I just wanted to follow up a little bit on the comments that I wasn't able to conclude last meeting because we cut to 2 minutes and it was really difficult to get a complete thought in with just 2 minutes to speak. However, one of the things that I was pointing out to the board and one of the things that I really wanted to make a point of is that this district is not facing anything that is not being faced by districts around the nation. So I was going through the list of small districts in Ohio and Virginia and Tennessee and Indiana and even places like Gillette, Wyoming, you would think would be the hub of the conservative movement in this nation, and they're facing the same kind of challenges in regards to books and some of these other issues that you all are facing. It's somewhat akin to, the Bible says in 1 Corinthians 10, no temptation has overtaken you except what is common to man. So nothing that you're facing as a school district is uncommon to what is taking place across the nation. So it leads us to the question, if that's the case, then why are all these school districts facing these kind of challenges? Why are they? And I just leave that question out for you to consider and to think about. There has to be something at work here. During the last meeting, during the open session, one of the principals at Mambrino STEAM Academy got up to address the board, and what she said really grieved me a little bit. And the reason it grieved me because I felt like she was reacting to some of the comments, and she was taking the comments personally, any criticism. Malcolm Muggeridge, who was one of the most famous writers of the 20th century as far as the English language goes, says that the essence of a free society is that everything in it is subject to criticism, and authority is held to a higher regard. So one of the things that I would just like to put on the table is that you all are the higher standard, you are the higher regard. So you are subject to a higher level of criticism, and you do hear it during these meetings. But I want to make sure that we separate that criticism from all of the good things that we hear in regards to the students and the staff, the teachers at the school. There is no criticism that is being leveled at them. We think that they are doing a yeoman's work with the resources they're given, and we're asking you to provide more resources and to provide more support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrell. Monica Brown.
Thank you for having me. She's right, what she said. Speak up, get put on a committee, tell the truth, and get thrown under the bus by the people who should have supported you, by the Republicans who promoted the planks and then went directly against them when they got in office. I see that Melanie Graft is not here today, but I really appreciate what she's done. And I think you have a bullying problem that starts at the top and goes down. Last time we were here, we talked about the letter that was put in the paper by Mr. Wimberly. That was untrue in many cases. The whole letter was untrue, and it was the purest form of bullying I've ever seen. So the idea that you're going to get students to stop bullying other students when you have adults who are doing that, unprofessional. Don't even have to bring Christianity into the mix. Unprofessional. The group that you're involved in, unprofessional. 100%, the Facebook group, where you mock people and scorn them and make fun and pass lies. It's unprofessional. And your policy, those of you who want to know, you can go to the GISD website, go to school board, look up policy, look up EHAA. It tells you how a school gets accredited in the state of Texas. And then praise, praise, praise for everything that's being done correctly. I love things like Lemonade Day. And wherever you're teaching and doing well, that's awesome. When I went into your library as a volunteer, not there for any other reason but to volunteer and to serve, and I served the entire day multiple times, myself and other people from the community were shocked at how dark the library was. Then we walk out in those really clean hallways and see the signs that talk about suicide prevention. And we thought, I wonder if they know what's in here. Who's paying attention? Then I found out the teachers, one in particular who's publicly criticized me, like I'm the one who caused the problem here. I'm not the one who put the books in. I didn't want to read them. I didn't want to talk about them. I didn't want my eyes burning from using the computer or reading 300 to 600 page books that One of the former trustees said, I can't read those books. Well, I understand why. One of them had images in my mind for quite a while about newborn babies. The book was so awful, so terrible. Something about devils, something, I don't know. It was awful, horrible, poor literature. Your libraries ought to be inspiration centers. They ought to be research centers, and you could stand out. Then your students would be inspired like you did tonight, like that AVID program. Anyway, I would encourage you to look up EFA, EFB, EHAA, and push for this community to straighten things out. So it should have been straightened out a long time ago, and stop punishing the messenger who had nothing to do with putting that content in your system.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. That concludes our public forum. At this time, we will take action or consider action on the items discussed in closed session. Dr. Glenn.
Thank you, Madam President. You have before you the staff recommendation report that not only has the recommendations for probationary teacher contracts in there, but it also has our new hires. I'd like to thank Wes Jones and his HR staff for putting this together. It is a recommendation of administration that you approve as presented.
Do I have a motion? So moved. Motion by Mrs. Lowry. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Moore. Are there any questions or discussion? All in favor of approving the staff recommendations as presented to us, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 6-0 vote with Mrs. Graff being absent. Thank you. At this time,
one more.
Yes, deliberations regarding security devices and security audits.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, this is just a new statute by the state of Texas. They are sending security auditors into districts across the state, and whenever an audit happens in GISD, it's required that we report that audit out in a public meeting. This month, we had another audit. We've had 7 total, but STARS Accelerated High School was audited, and they passed with flying colors, so congratulations to Margaret Rodriguez and her staff. That puts us currently 7 for 7. All campuses are in compliance with the security audits. They've passed with flying colors, and so another shout out to John Mueller, Wade Clark in the back. We appreciate the dedication, your leadership, and that of your entire team. So thank you very much, and again, as we receive these audits, we'll be sure to report them out accordingly. Madam President, that's all we have on the action items from closed session. There's no action needed on the STARS report.
I will move on to the consent agenda. That would be approving the workshop minutes and the board meeting minutes from the prior month. Consider a revision to the 2022-2023 school calendar to make the last day of school, May the 25th, 2023, an early release day. To consider GHS out-of-state travel requests, to consider the approval of the GISD board meeting schedule for 23-24, to approve the MOU with Charleston State University for our dual enrollment animal science course, to consider budget amendments, to consider purchase of child nutrition suburban through buy board contract, and to consider a resolution of the Somerville County District Appraisal District amending the 2023 budget to provide needed litigation funds. Would anyone like to pull any of those items from the consent agenda or speak to any of them?
Madam President, I would like to pull out the consider budget amendment items.
Okay, any other items to be pulled? Okay, leaving the budget amendments out, do I have a motion to approve the other items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion by Courtney Gore. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Billy Wimberly. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show. 6-0 vote passes. Let's take the budget amendments. Mrs. Townsend.
Well, I love to do this since Dr. Harrington is now president and I'm able to do this, talk about the donations that our community has made. The VFW Post 7835 has given $1,603 to the Granbury High School MC JROTC program for their travel to nationals when the rifle team traveled to nationals. Thomas Giddens Foundation also gave $50,000 to the GHS MC JROTC for their rifle team equipment. Sandex, specifically Johanna Willard, gave $600 to the GHS Culinary Barbecue team. The GHS Lady Pirate Soccer Booster Club helps the soccer team with travel expenses of $2,250. HEB, Brookshire's, Kroger, and Walmart all gave funds for the Employee Appreciation Lunch, totaling $280. So this month alone, our community has given and supported Granbury ISD with $55,093. We love our community. Thank you.
I need a motion to approve the budget amendments as presented.
I do approve. So moved.
Motion by Mrs. Townsend. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Moore. Any further discussion? You missed your chance. He who snoozes loses. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, the same sign. Let the record show 6-0 vote that those budget amendments are approved. Moving right along, gracious, this is wonderful. We are going to consider the adoption of the NIMS National Incident Management System Guidelines. And Mr. Clark, would you come forward and make your presentation, please?
Board, Madam President, Dr. Glenn, John Mueller has done most of the heavy lifting on this, so he's going to be able to answer most of those questions. But the rough draft on NIMS is it's the system that everybody went to and was required to go to if you were going to take federal funding many years ago. We've been using the NIMS system here in Granbury from as far back as any of the documentation I could find in EOPs and other documents. The problem was when we submitted our EOP for review this year in Austin, they kicked back and said, hey, we just want to know the date that your board adopted it. And they said everything in all your paperwork says that it's been adopted. We show that from the past. We just don't have a date to put on here. And I couldn't find a date. I had Dave Lynn search back through the records, and she couldn't find a date where it was formally adopted. And so we put it on to be considered and formally adopted at this time.
Any questions from board members? Mr. Clark?
I just have a comment. I want to thank Trustee Townsend for asking all the questions to Mr. Mueller. As I read them and the answers, they were very helpful. Thank you.
Do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve the adoption of the NIMS guidelines as described in our board book.
Have a motion by Mrs. Townsend. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second by Ms. Gore. Any discussion?
Just one question. Is it going to be a problem that the date is now and we've been doing this for years and years and years?
No, ma'am. And I spoke with the lady myself in Austin, and she said, and I told her, we don't have a date. I can't, give you one. And I asked if she wanted us to use a date from our furthest back documented documentation on us using it, and she said, no, just put it on your board agenda and get it done and use today's date,
Thank you.
or this date.
There being no further questions, if you're in favor of passing this, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 6-0. And we'll go to the next item. Consider approval of purchase of 2,000 Chromebooks under CSP number 2023-03. Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you, you do have the Chromebook memo that has a proposal was led in to vendors for educational Chromebooks in March of 2023. Those proposals were due back in March of 20th of 2023. Based on the evaluation by Mr. Brent Wilson and Hussein Shrabi, it is the recommendation of administration that the board approve the purchase of 2,000 Chromebooks from 3C Technologies, LLC, in the amount of $374,162. The total expenditure will be funded by ESSER II funds.
Just one observation, Mr. Whitefield. There's $1.5 million difference from the top bid and the one you're recommended we take. Is there any difference in those Chromebooks, or are those people just not wanting their business?
I would defer that question to Mr. Wilson.
No, the question was, and make sure your mic's turned on, the difference in the highest bid being like $1.5 million and the $300,000. Why would that one bid come in 3 times as much, or well over 3 times?
I honestly don't know why some vendors put themselves way out there and waste their time. I don't know that they don't have a visibility to see what other people are bidding or what their Chromebooks cost, but it's pretty easy to see from a quick Amazon search what other people are charging.
Those vendors do not see each other's bids.
Yeah, I just was amazed that as I went through the bids and saw the difference, so. Do I have a motion on
I
that?
just have a quick comment.
Sure.
Because probably a lot of people don't know the reason we had to buy the 2,000 Chromebooks was because of the mandated testing to everything go online for STAR. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Lowry, for bringing that up. And they're used throughout the year, not only for benchmark testing, but just day-to-day operation in the classroom. And again, for those not familiar with ESSER funding, that's the COVID relief funding that school districts across the nation received.
2,000 Chromebooks is approximately 1/4 of our population of students.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I would recommend that we approve the purchase 2,000 Chromebooks from 3C Technology LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. We have a motion by Mr. Williams and a second by Ms. Gore. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 6-0, and that passes. We will go to the approval of the purchase of staff standard laptops under CSP number 2023-04. Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you, you do have a proposal that was let for standardized Windows laptops for teachers and staff. The vendors were asked to provide a line item bid, and the proposals were due back March 20th, 2023. It is the recommendation of Mr. Wilson that the board approve the purchase of 200 laptops from Diltex at $104,524 and the total expenditure will be used out of ESSER II funding again.
Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we approve the purchase of the staff standard laptops.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. Any discussion?
Is the reason we're not going with the lowest bid because it isn't compliant with what we needed?
Yes, ma'am. The lowest bid did not meet the minimum specifications outlined in the bid.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, the same sign. Let the record show, 6-0. It is approved. Item D, consider approval of purchase of kitchen equipment from CN under CSP number 2023-26. Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you do have the proposal for kitchen equipment. The proposal was let to replace the equipment at GHS, GMS, AMS, Acton Elementary, Emma, Bacchus, Oakwoods, Membrano, and Bronner. These funds are part of the fund balance that child nutrition needs to spend down, and it is recommended that the board approve the purchase of these funded with child nutrition funds in the amount of $365,000. This is pending TDA approval.
And these are pieces of equipment that are replacement for what's currently in those cafeterias.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is that a question, or I guess a question? How often do we replace the things in the kitchen? How long are they lasting?
I don't know if here she is. She's right here. I didn't see her out there, sorry.
Just got it. Just got the answer.
We really only replace it if it's been repaired quite a few times and the life value of it, we really need to replace it at that time. We don't replace big equipment like ovens very often unless it's just absolutely necessary. Because we have our fund balance we need to use down, it's given us the ability to be able to purchase these large ticket items. So that's kind of where we're at with that. That's why we want to purchase them now.
Asking. Thank you.
Okay.
The question, Amy, the question I was going to ask you is, we're looking at replacing a quarter of our Chromebooks, probably a fairly similar amount of the staff books. With our kitchen equipment, is this 50%, 10%? What kind of percentage are we looking at there?
With the purchase we're doing right now, that's a pretty small amount.
Is it really?
It is, yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, the ovens, I would say, probably makes up about 20% in the kitchens. We have, our serving lines are pretty big items that have to get replaced every now and then. I would say that's probably your most expensive item, but ovens, not as expensive as those.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And just as commentary on this, are the steam tables in this?
Our steam tables.
Yeah.
That'll be a second bid for that.
So as we talk about ESSER funding and as we talk about Texas Department of Agriculture, so like child nutrition funding, they're very specific funding sources, so the district can't just use those funds on anything they want. It's not like we can just divert that and say we're going to pay salaries out of it. That ESSER funding has to be spent a certain way. And if it's not spent, then it goes back to the federal government. And so that's why you see us exhausting that money, knowing that in 2024 ESSER will end. And so in the same vein as we talk about child nutrition funding, I believe it was last month we talked about a kitchen renovation at Bronner. Mr. Whitefield mentioned that this has to all go back to the Texas Department of Agriculture for approval. Kitchen equipment should be a no-brainer. It's going to be approved. There was some construction in the Bronner proposal, and so when it went back after you approved it, it went back to TDA for approval, and they denied it because they're not going to pay for construction. They'll pay for just the kitchen. So the construction piece will have to work out with local funds, and they will only supplement the equipment. And so from the Bronner standpoint, steam tables will be ordered as a temporary fix in order to wait out the permanent fix that will ultimately address the growing campus that we have at Bronner and the number of students.
Do I have a motion to approve the purchase of the kitchen equipment?
I move that we approve the purchase of the kitchen equipment for child nutrition under the CSP 2023 through 26.
Do I have a second? Motion by Mrs. Townsend.
A second.
Second by Mrs. Lowry. Any further discussion? If not, if you approve, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show, 6-0. Approval. Consider the purchase of security window film through buy board. Mr. Whitefield, this is the Whitefield show tonight.
Thank you, Madam
So just
President.
step right up.
Yes, ma'am. Board in front of you, you do have security window film proposal. Following an extensive solicitation process that included vendor visits, Epic Solar Control emerged as the lowest bidder for this project. The total expenditure for this purchase at GHS, Bronner's Elementary School, Emma Robertson, Bacchus, Stars BTC, Oakwoods, AMS, GMS, Little Bucks Child Care, Acton Elementary, and Mambrano STEAM is $353,767. This funding is through a state security grant, and this is one of the projects that has to be completed before that grant can be spent on anything else. So it is the recommendation that the board approve the purchase of security window film and impact protection adhesive from Epic Solar through a buy board contract for a total of $353,767,000. This purchase is funded by a State of Texas security grant, specifically funded security window film for GISD.
Mr. Whitefield, I was interested in the details of the film and its purpose beyond keeping the sun out, if you will. Would you explain a little bit to the folks that are here tonight exactly what this film proposes that it does?
On this, I will defer to Mr. Clark because he did go through this process and he's seen the video on it.
And as
can
he
explain it.
walks down, it'll just take a minute to thank the collaboration between Wade Clark and our security department and the business office. Obtaining a $400,000 grant is pretty remarkable in and of itself, even if $350,000 has to be spent a certain way. This is something that we need, we can use, and if you don't mind giving the details to Dr. H.
Yes, so it's true that one of the stipulations of the grant is that you have to meet a certain level of criteria. One of those criteria was intruder-resistant film. It's something, though, that we actually will benefit from, and it will make it will harden our facilities and make our facilities much more difficult for somebody to gain entry to that we don't want to gain entry. So basically what they do is they take out all of the inner trim on these windows, and it's all your glass windows that are indoors or windows that are adjacent to doors. We took it a little further than that and took any windows that were lower than 6 feet off the ground that didn't have some other reason that made them difficult to gain access from. And so they take all this trim off, they go edge to edge with this 3M Ultra 800 film, and then they lock in, they have a lock system that locks them in, and then they put the trim back in place. So the difference is, without this film, you could go up to some of these windows and throw a rock through them, and the whole glass pane just falls out, and then you can walk through. With this film in place, you can beat on it for a long time with a baseball bat. You can shoot holes in it. You can kick it. You'll spend a lot of time before you'll ever have a hole in it large enough that you could physically enter. So there are some videos out there. I could have, I suppose, shared some of them with you, some demonstrations done by police departments where they show a window that's not treated with the film and how it just falls out of the frame, and then a window that is treated with the film, and they in one of the videos they put 26 rounds of .223 through it. They beat on it with a bat. They hit it with an axe. They brought in a lot of breaching equipment and attempted to breach it that way, and were also still being unsuccessful for several minutes trying to gain entry to the building, and that was with really good tools.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I think people here will find that interesting, too.
Sure.
And Madam President, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge Haley Vernon in the curriculum department, because she coordinated Mr. Clark and myself.
Haley Vernon. Yeah.
All right.
Can I ask Mr. Clark a few questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we know if the Texas School Safety Center defined the standards for the TEA to do this?
So I don't know if Texas School Safety Center is who gave them the guidelines for them to follow, but their guidelines were very clear that that this was one of the things that you'd have to do in order to be able to claim this grant.
Okay. Do we have the definitions for what was mandated standards and the recommendation standards as defined by the TEA safety rule?
The guidelines were that you had to use an intruder-resistant film. There was a list of buy-board vendors that you could use. You could use any buy-board vendor, and there were several. And we had several come out and walk the properties and take measurements, and then we had demonstrations available through video on the different performances of these films, and to meet that. And then I talked to some other school districts that used this particular company and used this particular film, and they were all raved that not only this company, Epic, but even this film had worked perfectly. And I talked to the chief of security at Princeton ISD, and they had a situation where they have on video some students trying to break in the middle of the night, and that they spent almost 15 to 20 minutes on video trying to get in, never got in, but damaged the window pretty badly. And so then, of course, they're on video, so they were easy to identify, and they were arrested. But if that film buys you that kind of time, then it's worth it, especially since this is coming via a state of Texas grant, in my opinion.
And you may just elaborate briefly on the Texas School Safety Center, the minimum requirements of the grant as opposed to what was recommended?
So there was a few things. Some of them were you had to have a silent panic alarm system, which we already have in place. You had to already have secured vestibules, which we already have in place. The only place we didn't have one was at Stars BTC, and we did that earlier in the year. You had to have, there were some fencing requirements at certain places which we already met, and then you had to have electronic control or the ability to lock out a door, some exterior doors, your primary entry point, exterior doors electronically, which we already have. And so the silent panic alarm piece was done. I did that in the beginning of the year with a different grant, the SPAT grant, and that's when we added the Raptor alert system for all staff members to be able to sound an alarm from wherever they were.
Yeah, I got a couple more.
Okay.
Was it the GISD staff that made the determination on the mandated and recommended implementation coverage, or did Epic determine the mandated and recommendation coverage, or did y'all work together?
So it was we did it together. So we walked the property with them,
Okay.
And we said we want this window, this window, this window, and then if they had recommendations like, hey, I think you could get away with not doing this window, for example, because there's some other obstacle that would have made it unlikely that somebody could have gained entry. Then we discussed that and either said, well, we're going to do that one anyway, or you're right, that one's not going to be a window that they could gain entry through otherwise for other reasons. And so we said these are the windows. They were with us, and then they made recommendations, and some of those recommendations we took, and some we did not. The only recommendations we did not take were if they said, hey, this window doesn't need to be done, and we said, no, we're going to do it. So we erred to the side of caution on doing more windows than might have had to have been done, but not by very many.
Okay, yeah, that kind of went to my last question, was were there any windows that included the proposal that you would like to have had covered but you didn't do?
No, ma'am.
Did them all?
All of them that we thought were important to do, yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
I did notice, though, that you did not do the administration building.
It's not, so it's not a place of instruction.
Okay.
So that's
you
the
looked at.
thing, right? So we're not teaching kids here, and so that's why there's a lot of these rules that don't apply to an administrative building where instruction isn't taking place.
Very good, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion to approve the purchase of the security window film through the buy-board
Madam President, I move that we purchase the windows for $353,767 recommended by or for the Epic Solar and by board contract.
Thank you, Mr. Wembley. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Gore. Any further discussion? All in favor by show of hands? Opposed, same sign. Let the record show 6-0 it passes. Once again, Mr. Whitefield, approval of the purchase and installation of a CTE greenhouse.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you, you have the proposal for Granbury ISD has approached Callaway Development Services, a licensed architect in Texas, to submit and design-build proposal for constructing a greenhouse. The estimated contract price for the project is $148,940, with the funding coming from the 22-23 CTE budget of $110,000 and the remaining amount from the 2023-2024 CTE budget funds. It is a recommendation of administration that the GISD Board approve the design-build method and the proposal attached and award the project to Callaway Development Services for the greenhouse.
The only comment I'd like to make is those of us that have been around long enough remember when we had a greenhouse up there, and when we expanded with that CTE wing, the greenhouse was just about done in anyway, and so it went away at that time. But it was well used by our ag program when we had the prior greenhouse. Any questions or yes? Yes, ma'am. We like that.
It says on here, it says supplementing the current floral design. Does that mean that they'll get to use it too, the floral department?
Yes, ma'am. He did. Mr. Gibson is not here, but he did say this would help the farm to table program. It would supplement the floral design classes, and it would help the GHS ag program to collaborate with child nutrition program.
Yep, so the traditional ag kids will use it for horticulture. Breanne Langdon, who has our culinary department, hopes to have a farm to table, so they'll grow vegetables that'll be served in our restaurant, and then obviously floral design. We do the galley at the high school. Yeah. You need to, yeah, it's open.
Go eat on Thursday. They do a great job.
Encourage, quick commercial for the galley to everyone in attendance and online.
I have a question. Where is it going to go?
It is going to go at the front entrance of the ag barn. I believe it's going to be just to the left as you go in. I think that's the space that we have, and it will fit right there in that corner as we drive into the ag barn.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we approve the design-build method and the proposal as presented for the CTE greenhouse.
Motion from Ms. Gore, a second from Ms. Townsend. Any further discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show. It carries on a vote of 6-0. Consider the approval of the purchase of Capturing Kids' Hearts Professional Development. Ms. Brown. Oh, you're here already.
Surprise! How are you? Good evening, everybody. I bring to you tonight a proposal regarding capturing kids' hearts. Staggering statistics from the CDC, the APA, American Psychological Association, the Surgeon General, show that recent national youth surveys have shown an alarming increase in the prevalence specifically of certain mental health challenges that our young people are facing. All of the research points to the power of connectedness in fighting against those things. And so I have a specific memo that you guys all have specific to Capturing Kids' Hearts. Capturing Kids' Hearts trains teachers, staff, and administrators overarching skills to use in helping to develop self-management with our students, high-performance classrooms, using team-building skills and social contracts, techniques for dealing with conflict, negative behavior, and issues with disrespect. All of these things strengthen student connectedness. When Capturing Kids' Hearts training is combined with a systemic approach, the research-based process improves big 5 indicators of school performance with regard to fewer discipline referrals, improved attendance, higher student achievement, lower dropout rates, and higher teacher satisfaction. I know that I gave you several links that had some specific research and data in it. The cost of this would be, the overall cost and budget specifically would come from federal funding. We would be using what we call carryover funds for specifically Title IIA and Title IVA. These carryover funds are past funds that were not spent, that went back to the federal government, that we are able to every 3 years apply for to get back again. And so we applied for those things, and those are the specific funds that will be given. If we do not spend the funds specifically on what we said we were going to spend the funds, which is only professional development specific to safe and healthy students, which is Title IV, then all of the money goes back to the federal government. So specifically, attached is a contract, and it's my recommendation that the board approve the Capturing Kids' Hearts District by Design contract as presented. The professional development and support solutions are funded using the federal budgets listed above. These funds are rollover funds and can only be spent based upon what the grant was written for, which is professional development for safe and healthy students. And it will be returned to the federal government if unused in the capacity outlined in the grant. So, I also am lucky enough to have Kristen Booth, Executive Leadership Development Strategist, and Jeff Williams, our Senior Leadership Solutions, and they both have come in order to provide me support and answer any in-depth questions that you guys may have as well. So obviously they're showing the support already. They also provided us with a flagship training for free. Am I allowed to say that, Jeff? Sorry. Okay. And we had several, we had Brenda Pickett from the high school, one of our APs from the high school. We had specifically Melissa Shipp, one of our APs from Bacchus, as well as, I'm trying to think, middle school. Oh, it was Brenda Pugh, came from GMS as well, and they are part of the flagship team. We have had Capturing Kids' Hearts in the district before. We have done what we call a la carte purchases. This specific purchase is not only overarching, but it allows for implementation support. So it allows for Capturing Kids' Hearts to join with us and have a monthly call. How's it going? What do you need? What are you struggling with? We get on with other districts that are also in the cohort that we are with as well. We have a strategist that comes and plans with our teachers and gets feedback from the teachers and continues to push, success in the program. Those were things that we did not have access to before, and it was something that has made this specific contract much more appealing from an implementation perspective. I'm going to stop talking now. What questions do you have that Kristen and Jeff can answer?
Well, you could just verify that I was listening well. If we don't, that's a lot of money, but if we don't spend this money on something for our staff development, and certainly my experience has been that secondary needs it most of all, because my experience has been that secondary teachers teach subjects, elementary teach kids. And this helps secondary teach kids and develop that relationship. If we don't spend it, it will go back to the government and go to some other school district. It won't come back to me in a tax return, right?
No, ma'am, it doesn't have anything to do with taxes. This is specifically grants that we apply for out of our department. This one happened to be for rollover funds, so previous funds that went back that we could get again. It is only for professional development specific to safe and healthy students.
What is an intervention school?
An intervention school. I'm going to pass this off to Kristen and to Jeff specifically. Y'all ready? Hey. Hey, thank you guys so much for letting us be here tonight. So, intervention school, what I think, Jeff, National Showcase that we're talking about? Okay, so we have National Showcase schools, and what that is we recognize schools who implement our processes with a high amount of fidelity, and then they show us how it's really impacted their schools, really in some key performance indicators, the things that you guys already talk a lot about, attendance, discipline, student achievement, student successes while we're all here, right? And so we want to recognize and celebrate those schools who implement those processes at a high amount of fidelity and then show that it's making an impact on their day-to-day measures that go to support students.
Awesome. So in other words, it sounds like they're just showcase schools.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, absolutely.
Well, certainly there's no better time for this board to look at anything that would strengthen the connections between our staff and our students at our high schools, because I can't help but believe that this is a lot of money, but the life of one kid is worth more than this.
Amen.
And I can't help but believe that this is something that could stand in the gap for some of those youngsters who feel disconnected and feel there's no other way out. And at a temporary solution, they had a permanent problem. And so I think this district has no better time than today to look at this and consider it.
I just want to say thank you for doing the work on this and finding these funds to be able to bring this program, at least give us the opportunity to vote on it and bring it to Granbury ISD. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am, it was definitely a department and campus initiative.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we approve the Capturing Kids' Heart District by Design contract as presented.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
A motion by Mrs. Gore, a second by Ms. Townsend. Any further discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show on a vote of 6-0. This passes.
Thank you all so very much.
Hard work. That concludes the business upon which we will vote, and we will go now to reports. Mrs. Lowry, I suppose you're going to report on the book discussion.
Yes, and first of all, I'd like to say that the book discussion is not on the pornography library books. All that are listening, I think the GISD is doing a great many things for the children, and we have exceptional teachers. I really do believe that. We're human beings, and thus we are fallible. As the educators in this district, if there's a problem that comes to our attention, isn't it our responsibility to try to solve the issue, not make it harder on the parents? Agenda item 12A. My agenda item was submitted with more detail than book discussion and included 4 questions accompanying the required summary. I would have liked those attending the board meeting tonight to see the questions before the discussion. This would have possibly generated community input, which I believe is healthy for GISD. So I'm going to read these 4 questions, and this is what my discussion was going to be on. Discuss the compliance of Texas law House Bill 3979, which requires no CRT in the state of Texas. How do we monitor compliance? How can the community be assured House Bill 3979 is being followed per state law? And what assurances can we as the board give the community that CRT is not and will not be found in our district? It's about two things. One, it's a policy issue. The existing TEA grievance process describes how levels 1, 2, and 3 are to be filed. Level 1 does not state who can file the grievance. Can a parent? Can a guardian? Can a school board trustee? Our local policy states a student or parent can file a grievance. The policy is on the school website. Does this policy protect all children? How do we protect children when a parent or a guardian is not engaged or supportive of their child? Parents, for whatever reason, are not willing to file a grievance through the formal process. Number 2, this book is a compliance issue with House Bill 3979, Texas state law. How does GISD ensure that we remain compliant? So how did this issue come to my attention? As I was campaigning before I was elected, I met a mother of a GISD student who several students I will say, shared her concern regarding a book her 5-year-old brought home from school. Anti-Racist Baby is the name of this book. One of the pictures in this book shows a little child looking through some glasses. There's a little white child climbing up a ladder, reaches the golden nugget, gets the reward. The little black child's ladder is broken. What this says is white people are the oppressors and black people are the oppressed. And this is a biracial family that received this book. Needless to say, the mother was quite upset. She explained to me that she spoke to the principal, who directed her to go speak to the librarian. The librarian informed her the book was not a GISD library book and directed her to the teacher, who denied she had given the child the book. She clearly was not satisfied after bringing this to the attention of 3 GISD employees, so she pulled her children out of the district. This issue, along with an older child having been bullied, drove her decision to remove her children from the district. This incident was last August or September. What are we going to do to be able to be sure we are in compliance with House Bill 3979? After I was elected and before I took office, I went back to the mother and encouraged her to come to the GISD board meetings and to share her experience with the board. She was reluctant to do so, but stated she might bring her mother and they would watch what was going on. I cannot say whether she has come or not. I've not seen her at a meeting. Does our policy requirements protect all the children? What about the children who do not have a stable home life or parents willing to engage in a complaint process? This is not an isolated incident. Other parents have shared their concerns regarding the offensive books and the reluctance to file official complaints. I have spoken to other parents and teachers who will not step forward to express an opinion or complaint due to, in their words, a culture of retaliation. How do we protect all the children, not just those with the parents that will come forward? How can we ensure that we are compliant with Texas law? I just don't want to see another little child or another family have to endure this and feel this, whatever it was they felt, that they were not happy and that they did not get any satisfaction. That's my only discussion.
Let me speak into that for just a second. That book has never been in a GISD library.
No, but it had to be in a classroom.
Not necessarily.
Okay, how did this 5-year-old get it?
I don't know how a 5-year-old got that book. I'll tell you, if we have 5-year-olds that can read that book, it's kudos to their parents who really poured into them. Because
the mother didn't give this child the book.
But I don't know that a teacher did either. And I can tell you that the public has an opportunity to file complaints. Our policy allows for that. It also allows for teachers to file complaints, and it allows for students and parents to file complaints with whistleblower protections. So this idea of we're not going to complain because, we're worried that there will be retaliation from a principal or a board or the classroom teacher is the state protects against those type of complaints. And so the policies are in place. What I can tell you is that we have, if somebody doesn't like a library book, they have the ability to challenge that book under our board's policy.
I know that well.
And this year, no books have been challenged. This entire school year, not one book has been challenged that is in our libraries. In addition to that, we send notifications out to parents when their kids go to check out a library book. Over 25,000 notifications have gone out to our families saying, here's what your kid is checking out. And again, not one complaint back to the ISD. And again, I don't know how this parent came into contact with that, but I know our staff who works very hard and pours into kids, and you saw that earlier tonight. Our staff is aware that the state of Texas has approved a House bill that says don't teach critical race theory, and we have 1,200 employees. And they're going to follow state statute. They're not out there. We have enough to teach with STAR testing and state mandates without saying, hey, let's try and grab some things that the state says we're not supposed to teach and pour those into our kids. And I'll tell you that our teachers, they're burned out. And I do want to take just a second and defend them a little bit, because I think, and not that they're being attacked by anybody in this room, but I do think across our state and nation, teachers feel like they're attacked and they're leaving the profession in droves. And I had the opportunity to speak at a chamber meeting on Friday. Last year the state of Texas had a record number of educators leave the profession. And if you get the opportunity, pour into a teacher and thank them, because they take a lot of criticism. And so an anonymous parent going to a school board member with a complaint that they never bothered to go into the campus principal with any type of formal, I want to seek resolution or remedy, it's very hard for me to say, yes, a teacher did that. I think I know the situation you're talking about, and that teacher, when confronted with it, broke down and said, absolutely not. And just knowing that that's a small town, that's a teacher that came from Hood County, is a small town, hometown product, and I don't think that individual, knowing her heart and having asked everybody on her team if they knew anything about it, I don't think it's accurate. And so yes, I would propose this. I think there are individuals out there who want to hurt the public school, who want to make our teachers in school look bad, and yes, I think they may make stuff up. And even on the campaign trail, you said you yourself were accused
of... She didn't come to me. I knocked on her door.
But again...
Why would she wouldn't buy this for her child. She's in a biracial marriage.
But I can tell you that the school district didn't purchase it either, and the principal looked into it, and the parent could have filed a complaint and brought it all the way up to the school board, or even gone through other avenues, but they chose not to. And if this is the same incident, this happened back in October, November, and so
probably August, September, and we could have done all this in the back room last time when I showed it to you.
But to your point, and I think it's a good point. What can parents do if you think there's an individual or a teacher that's not following House Bill 3979? Report it. And if you don't think anything's being done by the administrator, formally report it, and it will become public. Our teachers love our kids, and we have policies in place to protect kids. And so you bring up good points and good questions, and the short answer is our policies allow individuals to report safely at every level, whether it's a parent, a student, a faculty member, or a community member. And it allows you to take that report all the way up to the school board if necessary to seek remedy. And so
that's why I started last time. Why I started it out with, we have a great school district. We do a lot of wonderful things, and we have great teachers. But if there's an issue, I think we need to look into it and at least try to fix it.
And thank you for that. And I hope I provided clarification.
Also, I'd like to say that the point's well taken. But anybody in the audience, anybody up here can pull out their smartphone right now, go to Amazon.com, put in anti-racist baby, and you can order it for somewhere between $9 and $14. It'll be on your doorstep in 2 days. So where that book came from, no one really knows, doesn't sound like. But anybody can buy that book. They can stick it in their kid's backpack. It'll be at school. It's not against the law to have the book in the school. It's against the law to teach that. And I agree, it's critical race theory. It's absolutely abhorrent. It's against the law, and anybody that breaks that law should be turned in.
The only thing I'd like to say, we have policies and procedures in place for a reason, so that if it did go to that grievance level where we as a board need to address it, we're no longer going to be able to address it now because we've discussed it before that's happened.
Doesn't matter, she took the kids out of school.
Did you inform her of, or when you were knocking doors, did you inform her of the grievance process where she could formally go in and file a complaint to have
I wasn't
this?
a trustee, no.
No, anybody can. Anybody can look that policy up, parent, community member, otherwise. You don't have to be a trustee to know that policy.
Nope, just told her I'd look into it if I became a trustee.
So when you became a trustee, you brought this to our attention about a month ago. Had you provided any of that information prior to that?
No, but when I brought it to your attention a month ago, we didn't talk about it in the back room, and during that month, not one question was asked of me about the book.
Well, I looked into it, and
Okay.
yeah, I looked into it.
And again, without getting into debate, to get back to the questions, I think it's fair that there are things that the state requires us to teach, and there are things that the state says don't teach. And if any parent out there has a concern about that, informally try and go talk to our teachers. Our teachers want to resolve things informally. They want to work with parents. They care deeply about kids. They pour into our kids. And so if that doesn't work, grab an administrator and get an administrator involved. I do believe the majority of the problems in the district are resolved at the campus level. And so just getting to the heart of the questions tonight, that would
Even for
be the
those
direction.
children that don't have parents that are that involved, they can go straight to the principal or the teacher and they can have their grievance heard.
Absolutely, any kid can make an outcry, but certainly also know that as educators, there are checks and balances, and I think educators work together, they plan together, they team together, especially at the elementary level, and they do hold each other accountable, and they lift each other up, and so I think that protection is something that I would encourage parents to lean into as well, is if just because maybe you don't get along with your classroom teacher, know that there's a team of teachers working with your children. And certainly you have a vested interest in working with all of them.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Ms. Lowry. We'll move on to community eligibility provision. Miss Amy.
Okay, sounds good. All right, good evening. I'm going to talk about child nutrition, our CEP program, which stands for Community Eligibility Provision. What this program is about, you can go and click to the next one. Thank you. Yeah, next one. Perfect. This program is a special school nutrition program that allows us to feed breakfast and lunch at no cost to all students. And districts that are already operating the National School Lunch Program and School Breakfast Program, they can opt into this special program. It is regulated by USDA and TDA, and we have to do different reports and data sent into TDA to see if we do qualify, and we have to continue to do that every single March, even if we are on the program. So just a couple of terms to give you an idea of how we qualify for it. So identified students, those are students that are certified for free meals by means other than an individual household application. So they have to qualify through these different programs that are listed here. Then enrolled students, the students that are enrolled and currently attending. And then our ISP is you're taking those two terms, and then you're finding out what that ISP is. So it's your identified students, you're dividing by your enrolled students, and you're multiplying by 100 to give you a percentage. Okay, next. Then districts have to have at least a 40% ISP to be able to qualify for CEP. Our district has 48.25%. So you look at that, and so we have to find out, what does that mean as far as federal reimbursement for us? Is this going to be a viable program for us to run? So what we do is we take our ISP, there's a multiplier of 1.6, and it's going to give us 77.20%. So what that's going to mean is 77.20% of meals served will be reimbursed at the free rate. And then the remaining 22.80% is going to be reimbursed at the paid rate. So there's not a reduced reimbursement when it comes to CEP. It's just you're free and you're paid. Then the pros and cons, when I sat down and I looked at, is this going to be beneficial for us? The pros outweigh the cons for sure. So obviously the best pro is that students can get free breakfast and lunch, increased participation, and there's no application that households have to complete. There's no lunch shaming anymore. There's no charge policy that we have to go by. We can operate a 4-year cycle of this. At the end of that 4-year cycle, we'll look at our ISP again, see if we can continue the program for another 4 years. And if for whatever reason this program is not beneficial for us, we can drop out at any time. So we can look at it at the end of the year. If we need to drop out, go back to our regular free and reduced meal application process, we can do that. And one of the really good things is because we're doing it district-wide, Emma can also benefit from free lunch and free breakfast. Then some of the cons, I only found 2, is like last year, instead of the free and reduced application, because we were doing free meals across the board with our COVID waiver, household had to complete the socioeconomic information form. So that is something that PEMS is going to need for their data, and we cannot supply them that through our free and reduced application if we do this program. The other thing is we will not receive the reduced and paid portion that students pay at the register. So if a student is reduced, they're 30 cents at breakfast and they're 40 cents at lunch, we would not receive that anymore because they're free. But when you look at all the benefits of the program, the increased participation and more than likely the increase a la carte sales, because everyone's free now, is going to offset that revenue that we're not receiving anymore from those portions. So why operate CEP? During COVID in 2020 and 2021, you can see we served 920,000 meals. We were under that waiver for free meals for all. We were under the same waiver last year, and that was our highest number of meals we ever served, 1.1 million. Then we're going to look at this year. We've dropped 30% in our meals served because we're operating under the free and reduced program. We are really hoping that this CEP program will help bump that number of meals up, and we're going to get back to where we were last year. And it's just going to help our households. We know today everyone is struggling. It's really hard. So we want to be able to help, families feed their kids at school.
So there's a threshold we have to hit in order to get the free funding.
Yes, sir.
What is that threshold?
The threshold is 40% ISP, and we have 48.25. And then the magic number would be 62.50, and that would be free reimbursement for every meal.
And you believe if we were to revert to the 21-22 number of meals served, so about 1.1 million, that we would hit that 62 and a half?
Well, the ISP is based on the number of students that are in those different programs. So it's not based on the number of meals that we serve. It's based on the programs that the kiddos are in and the enrollment. So, but I do know that it will go up next year, or not next year, but the following year, because we don't have Emma's percentage in there because they're currently CACFP. So that number would go up and help us.
In the 24-25 year?
Yes, sir.
Amy, from time to time, people in the community voluntarily donate money to pay for kids' lunches who have charged them and are no longer able to eat because the charges are there, and they step forward. This would completely eliminate that need, am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it would hit those kids who are above the threshold, but really, in these days, times, the parents do not have the money.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Would this require any changes to the Emma Robertson pre-K family style setup?
No, sir. They can still do family style with this program.
I keep hearing that we're at 56% socially, what is it called?
Economically.
Economically disadvantaged. But here you're saying 48. What's the difference?
So the 56% include your household applications. This program does not include those household applications. It just includes students that are on specific programs.
So you would completely eliminate the eligibility forms that we send out to parents every year that they complete, and we determine our number of low SES or economically disadvantaged based on that document that is returned every year by the parents.
Yes, ma'am.
That would go away, and we would now use these alternative plans that their families or the children are currently members of.
Yes, we would use those programs, and we would also need to use the socioeconomic form, which would be in lieu of the free and reduced application.
So this socioeconomic form, is that something that every parent would have to fill out?
Yes, and last year when we had enrollment online through Skyward, that was one of the forms for them to complete.
Having that online, do you have a better return? Because I know with the paper, we've had a hard time in the past.
It is much easier online.
Okay. It's not one that they can just decide to pass?
We can make it where they can't.
Good idea.
Assuming the district moves into the program, and we'll bring this back for board action at a later date. We move into the program and then we don't qualify. Have you and Mr. Whitefield now had an opportunity to run numbers on what the potential cost would be if we opt into the program but then do not meet qualifications?
Yes, so when I initially looked at it, the ISP percentage was a little bit lower, and then I was able to go back and group schools together to benefit what that ISP was going to be and bump it up. So the percentage or the amount of money that we could possibly go in the red was about $250,000, but because that ISP is higher now, it shouldn't be nearly that much.
Any questions? Thank you, Amy.
You're welcome.
We go back to the Whitefield show. Ta-da! Mr. Emmett.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you do have the financial statements for March 31st, 2023. The statement does include the transactions that occurred between September 1st of 2022 and March 31st of 2023. Revenue collected to date equals 91.03% of the budgeted amount compared to 90.62% in 21-22. Expenditures to date represent 59% of the budget compared to 54.37% in 21-22. Those notable things that we look at every month, of course, will be our investment income and our other local income that I will bring an amendment to you closer to the end of the year so we can see, so we get closer to that number. You can see that the percentages on transportation and which is function 34 and plant maintenance, which is 51, are a little bit lower, or actually a little bit lower or a little bit higher, depending on which one you're looking at, than they were the previous years, but the budgets in those are higher, and we've talked about that in previous months where the fuel costs are last year we increased by 84%, and this year we expect to increase by another 49%. And then our utilities are at about 25% higher than they've ever been in the district. And so those are the notable things on your financial statements.
Is budgeting the investment income and the transportation and utilities joy this year?
Yes, on the investments it is. No, not so much on transportation and utilities.
As I looked at those, and I have a big blue star here by investment, and I thought, gee, it's a good thing we don't hold his job hostage.
I feel like a weatherman some days.
Yes. The other thing is I looked at this, and I know we have a lot of expenses that will come in between now and the end of August, but we're 7 months out of our budget, and we're well at hovering 50% in a lot of things. Does that mean there's a possibility of us adding to our fund balance this year again? Or
No,
is
ma'am.
it too early to tell?
It's not too early to tell. We will not add money to fund balance this year. We have some expenses that will take us over that. And you can see that in your function
81.
Well, let's look at function 91, which is our recapture payment. That budget right there, I have not adjusted yet because that number has not settled, and I know for a fact that that number will not be enough.
When we preliminary started building the budget last year, as we look at our funding template recapture, we estimated probably over about $6 million. By the time,
7.4,
yeah, I was gonna say by the time the budget was adopted, it was close to 8. Now it's over 11, and so it's definitely something that's a concern. So whenever you're paying your taxes and you see GISD school taxes and you pay that bill and you think all of the money is coming to the ISD, it's not. The state of Texas will take just over $11 million back. And the short answer to your question is we do not anticipate we'll add to fund balance unless there is a huge shift this legislative session that allows us to keep some of those recaptured funds. But we're not holding our breath.
No, sir.
I shared the mayor's viewpoint about not sure we're heard when we go because my regular trips to Austin and the legislature haven't proven to be too productive.
No, ma'am.
Okay, next section is still yours, Mr. Whitefield.
Yes, ma'am. Board, in front of you, you do have the investment cash flow report for March 31st, 2023. You can see there that March we did add $327,000 to our investment incomes. And again, we will adjust that budget towards the end of the year when we start to settle on where that will be at. And for the total for the year, we have about $1.1 million in investments total across the district, not just in our general operating that you see on the financials, but that would be through child nutrition, our debt service, and all other funds. And that's your investment report.
Any questions? Folks, if there's no other business at this point, we adjourn at 8:37.
Thank you, Board.